Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, August the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. So, Ali, I don't think there is a problem with our website. I was on it this morning. I didn't see a problem. All right, everybody. So, in keeping with my pre-market routine now, shorting these little pops based on channel breaks, standard deviation channel breaks. I shorted MYO. You can see it right here. Broke the channel a couple of times right there, and I shorted it at 460 and covered at 430 very, very quickly. Again, I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on these sort of plays now. This is from my IB, Interactive Brokers chart. But let's take a look at other things that are happening right now. There's a ton of stuff. Okay, OPGN. There's one I was actually looking at also shorting, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. OPGN, gapping up. It is a virus play. QLGN. To keep those separate, the Q's and O's look a lot the same at 4 in the morning my time. QLGN is, well, okay, now it is basically not doing anything. It had gapped up. Man, what a pullback. 572 down to 525. So it's basically flat. Some kind of a patent they received. ANTE. Another one that gapped up. I cannot see the capital increase. Okay, announces capital increase. Okay, a little bit of news for it. Auto, AUTO. Now they did release preliminary. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here because we have an earnings date of August the 5th. It looks like they have. Just trying to see. Maybe I'm sorry. I may have written this one down wrong on preliminary results. Maybe it's just an upgrade. Let me just do another check here. I thought I saw preliminary results. There it is. Preliminary for July. Okay. So auto AUTO, a little bit of a gap up, low float. Okay, this one is starting to ring in my ears here, guys. Wow, look at this one, GEVO. It's under $1 though. However, what's the float? 31 million in the float. Something's happening with GEVO. Enters binding renewable hydrocarbons. Just looking at the headline here. Hydrocarbon purchase and sale agreement with Trafigura Trading. So that's a little bit of news there. Look at the volume coming into GEVO. Low float, fairly low float, 31 million. Lots and lots of volume coming in. So AESE is it still continuing? Yeah, a little bit of continuation play from yesterday. However, look how much it sold off. You know, it got as high as 290 and it closed way down here, almost $1 lower. It's trying to come back a little bit. There's the 200-day though, 244 for AESE. CVAC, the big virus play here. CVAC, see if it's holding. Yeah, it's still kind of holding. I think this probably was an IPO here. Big gap up, pull back on the last 3 days. But nice gap up right now on virus news. Close to, I get these headlines, they tease me, I have to open it. Close to a virus vaccine deal with the European Union. And that's for CVAC. XSPA. So many people following this one. Earnings play, so it's gap down. SSL. Look, gap up here. Of note, if it holds over 8, give us a little bit of a run. This is a huge float though. A lot has to do with energy, of course. what that sector is going to do. Well, GEVO continues. I just have my doubts it's going to break $1, but this is the one I shorted pre-market. MYO, I'm not in it anymore, but I did short this one in the pre-market. Get my levels here, 460. Down to 430. And they are up. Australian insurance authorization, I guess, for their product. I think it's a robotic product. KZIA. Fast track designation from the FDA for their drug. Another very low float. Lots and lots and lots of volume, 1.5 million. Next high looking left on that daily chart is a 822. XLEB, XELB, gap up here, and this is actually an earnings play. We have it after hours, but I think they released after hours yesterday. We have it after hours today, but I believe they released after hours yesterday. So kind of interesting. It is gapped up through the 200-day moving average. Low float, 9.8 million in the float, lots and lots of volume, pre-market. So let's see where this one can go. I look at the weekly chart, maybe $1.50. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, looking at the resistance, definitely quite a bit of resistance around that area. And as long as it has to maintain, of course, that 200 moving average break. OGen. So we had OPGN, we had QLGN, now we have OGen. OGen is a virus play. Another one just over $1, fairly low float, 39 million. And then Candy, KNDI. That's in there. Look at this though. What a pullback. Yeah, I was looking at this one to short also, but I didn't get it. Anyway, they made some announcement that they might be opening an EV factory in North America. Yeah, I wouldn't be following mine because, as Real has pointed out a million times, I'm just using, right now, I'm just using IBs. And, 100, I'm putting in 100 instead of 20 in 2 standard deviations. That's it. The 100 might it sort of makes it so we don't get channel breakups during the day. But don't follow, you know what, I mean, I'm not the expert by any stretch. And I do have trading views, but I can't quite figure out how to get the SDC on there. I had it and then I lost it. Okay, what time is it? 9:13. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And not too many of each. I don't know what the best chart program is. I mean, really is using Thinkorswim, but I know you guys have been having, some of you have been having problems with Thinkorswim the last few days. I'm still not 100% convinced that IB is terrible. Certainly in the pre-markets, it's been giving me some really good looks. But I am going to give TradingView a shot. couple of upgrades for auto, AU2, well, auto. All right, there's some of the upgrades. Get some of the downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. A couple of downgrades for BMRN. Let me take a look at that one. BMRN, what are you doing this morning? BMRN, Biomarine. Actually, it's... No, okay, so that had a horrible day yesterday. Horrible day, look at this. I don't know if I really saw this one yesterday. What a gap down yesterday. There's the low 74.21 yesterday. No wonder they tell us to downgrade it when it's up here. I don't really watch SPY levels, to be honest. I mean, I obviously a passing interest at the high, the all-time high, which we touched on yesterday. SPY is definitely a little bit weak this morning. All right, guys, so if you want to follow my watch list, again, up and down, these three windows right there, these three scans right there, click on New from the toolbar, channel bar, and then my watch list. I don't have to repeat this every day, but before you click on anything from our channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. These are all layouts. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so you load something from the channel bar, it'll replace the layout you have, which again is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Should get some action right at 9:30 in this window. And as always, I will have this on simulated mode. This is Brokerage Plus. Show you how you can use this to paper trade. Before you commit money to the market, if you're a new trader, please practice trading first. Morning, Nomad. Yeah, OPGN is definitely, let me just see what sort of resistance there is now. So OPGN, look at that weekly chart, and we're just basically we're right at last week's high, looks like. Yeah, the high last week was 376. We're almost there. That's what you call a pretty good comeback. from this downturn. Up 80%, $1.66. It's a low float, 15 million in the float. We don't pay a fee to us. No, there's no fee. I mean, you have to pay commissions to IB, but that's got nothing to do with us, Martin. Oh, Jen, so if it takes out that high of last week, sorry, OPGN, I got to get those set in my mind here. OPGN. Stick an alert, 377, see if it takes it out. Just one moment, please. Okay, now here's this could be interesting. Maybe this is another earnings play. LB. Interesting break here. If it can maintain this break of 29.40, if you look left, it has some room on the monthly chart, 33.77. It's pulled back a little bit from the pre-market highs from 30. Not a huge pullback yet. It's a big float, 230 million in the float. So that's for LB, but it's a nice break on the daily chart. Here's another one, guys. CWH. I think, if I can read this correctly, maybe one of the fund, their Crestview offers 6 million shares. I think that means that some fund is wanting to dump 6 million shares they've got. I'm just kind of looking at the headline here. So that's putting a lot of pressure on CWH. BJ's Wholesale Club. BJ is also an earnings play. I mean, if it can maintain, 44.67 is the high of this month. I mean, if it can somehow maintain that, look left, there is room. And GRWG, just a note about GRWG. Let's see if it can hold 20. I mean, under a little bit of pressure right now. It had a tremendous 5-day run. Tremendous. I mean, basically a double in 5 days for GRWG. Look at the volume yesterday. The volume has been increasing. You know, I don't want to dismiss this GIVO. You know, I have basically a bias for stocks under $1, but what I'm going to do for GIVO is stick an alert maybe on $1.05 or so, just see if it can, you know, take out that dollar. If it can, I mean, it does have some room to the 150 mark. And there's a ton of volume, 31 million in the float. This is definitely going to trade the float today. 18 million shares are traded already. Yeah, nice little recovery for Rocket. No question. A lot of volume now too. 1 million shares, over 1 million shares. Okay, EY, yeah, way under a dollar. Anti, looking at some of these ones. The CVAC, a little expensive for me. Don't like to trade the ones over 20 too often, but boy, this is a interesting. It's a virus play. A lot of volume. OPGN is still flirting with that high of last week. Actually, I'm wrong. Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm right. This is this candle here is the high of last week, so it's still hanging around that area, 376, the high of last week for OPGN. And this is a virus play. Virus test in Europe. All right, I'm going to shut these two down. And as I said, as always, I'm connected to the simulator, Paper Trader. Okay, one moment, please. All right, well, Givo is now over a dollar, or just at a dollar. Not shortable for me. Just looking at it, it is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Well, I wish I'd held that Mayo short. Here's another one, yeah, bingo, underneath a dollar. Well, I wish you well. GRWG really looks, well, it is obviously testing that 20 level right now, 2015. I did see Naked. I did see Naked Brand Group, NAKD, pre-market, just too cheap for me. Definitely some downward pressure on CWH. CWH under pressure after Crestview offers 6 million shares. So I'm assuming that is a big holder. So offering 6 million shares, they're trying to do it in some sort of an orderly fashion, but is offering 6 million shares through Morgan Stanley at a discounted price of 35 to 35.50. Well, that is underneath that price right now. All right, everybody. Market's going to open. Wow, almost snuck up on me in less than about 15 seconds. Let's have a great trading day today. What was said about Candy? Something about opening up an EV factory in North America. That was KNDI. We are now open. Well, there's Givo, guys. It's over $1 now. Barely. Yeah, so Mark, first of all, we don't talk about other trading rooms in this room, okay? So I'm just going to have to delete that post, sorry. GRW, wow, GRWG now it's just gapped down way below 20 right now. Way down. A lot of downward pressure. But it is trying to pop back up. Look at that bottoming tail for GRWG. That's okay, Mark. I understand. All right, so it looks like OPGN is not going to take out last week's high. And this one is just not shortable for me. I was really itching to short it, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. XLEB is still strong, had a pullback, and now it is, look at the volume that is coming in. It's a low float. It is an earning. Well, we have it after hours today, but I believe they released after hours yesterday. So that's why all the activity with XELB through the 200-day moving average. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I've been taking some pre-market trades, but LB, yeah, LB is nice little bottoming tail there. It's an earnings play. Released after hours yesterday. Pretty good reaction after hours. Look at EB here. EB, pretty good volume, 16 times normal, 200,000 already for EB. Big spike here on volume for EB. So again, things are, why I don't trade in the first 15 typically? Just things are a little too whippy, up, down, up, down. So I just usually sort of sit on my hands for a bit, let things try to settle down a little bit. I will miss the early runners, but just the way it is. LB, over 30 now. Okay, here's an earnings play. MLCO. The casinos, I guess. MLCO. Boy, you guys in your think or swim. Unbelievable. Wow, OPGN just gave it up. Anybody had shorts on that? That was a great short from. Just could not take out last week's high. Wow. KZIA, guys. KZIA is now underneath 7. Not shortable. A lot of finding some of these smaller ones with this really low floats, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, I know some of you follow Sorrento. There is a huge volume spike for it. A lot of volume just came in on the open for SRNE. Do I recommend Interactive Brokers platform? Yeah, I mean, just my comment about not having some shorts for some of these really low floats, notwithstanding. Oh yeah, I think it's a typically it does have a lot of shorts available. Fine execution is fine. But I don't want to call that a recommendation. I mean, I've been using it for almost 4 years now, so I've had no reason to switch. There's Auto, guys. Auto starting to move here after that little pullback in the pre-market. Now coming into what I consider, this could be really big resistance area for Auto. Well, it's not free, Thomas, but I mean, to me, I mean, before all this, I'm going to call it quote unquote nonsense of free commissions. It was considered the lowest price. So, but as people are having all sorts of problems with some of these free commission brokers, you get what you pay for. You know, unless you're buying hundreds, like 10, if you're into the super penny stocks, it may not be the broker for you. You know, you're going to buy 10,000 shares. So somebody told me that you can negotiate a rate with them. Wow, look at Plug. Plug, look at Plug. Holy smokes. Boy, some great shorts. If you could have got that OPGN short. It's a great short. This one, wastewater, WWR, or Westwater, sorry, Westwater Resources. Look at this one on the move here. Didn't really see it in the, well, saw it in the pre-market, but it wasn't really doing anything. WWR. What a pop. Look at the volume. Low float. And I've lost sight of the one I wanted to short. Shoot. $0.10 on the move here. Of course, a lot of controversy, but in the news, of course, with TikTok, etc. But nice comeback. Bit of a comeback yesterday. Look at that bottoming tail. Sellers Sellers were in complete control all these days. And finally, the buyers stepped in a little bit, and maybe now they're taking control. Look at these guys. The EV plays are getting clobbered here. FUV. We saw Plug. How's Fuel Cell doing? And how's Ballard doing? These. Yeah, something's going on. And Candy is a. Yeah, I mean something's going on with the EVs. Meanwhile, WWR just supreme rippage here. Let's see if there's any news, and that's to start a pilot plant program for battery graphite. So this is actually kind of an EV play, but okay, guys. So not that much volume yet, but look at LPRO. This is had a great run over the last. It's over 20. This is on my watch list. This hasn't triggered yet. It wouldn't trigger until at least 150,000 shares anyway. But as a longer term hold, I saw QFIN in the pre-market. It was starting to gap down. Look at the pop. Look at the volume that came in to QFIN. China's, before I say that, yeah, China stock. Wow, QFIN. Look at this. Look at the run. Okay, nothing will happen. Again, I'm just waiting for some alerts to come into my watch list up and down. Nothing happens until at least 9:45. I put a delay of alerts until at least 9:45. Yeah, I don't use the anchored VWAP, but I mean, I guess it can show support and resistance levels. Okay. And to remove anything on a chart, like a trend, you just have to go to wherever it is, go to the line, and when your cursor changes, here's my mouse pointer, when it changes, and just left click and hit delete. I just don't use the anchored VWAP, so what you should do if you really want to find out about anchored VWAP is do a Google search, and there will be a lot of information on it. I just don't use it, but it's another support resistance area. Of course, I'm looking at these pops now as potential shorts. That's why I'm interested in them. Obviously I'm not in them right here, but I mean, I'm interested in potential shorts now and all of these. All right, so I think what's happening, again, the on again, off again trade talks with China. So I think some of these China stocks are starting to whip on that news. The trade name, you mean a symbol? Yeah, okay. So just left click the chart so Trade Ideas knows that's the chart you want to be on, and then just type. And what should happen is you should get the change symbol box pop up and with the symbol in it. So basically just left click on the chart and so it knows, and that's it. Okay, so if you're talking about the AI, Fami, are you a premium subscriber? I mean, that's the only one where you get auto buy and sell signals, okay? Otherwise, you create your own scans and then you get them. So you are, okay. So there aren't any yet, but what I would do is from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI slash Holly's Strategy Trades window. The Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up, okay? There have not been any alerts yet. Okay, and just wait for them to happen. And you can take this, you can also incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, so if I went too fast, from the toolbar, click on New, AI slash Holly Strategy Trades window. Real. William, Otto, did you do it? Yeah, so there are no AI alerts yet. Okay, guys, I'm going to be doing a lot of these on my own, because this is so new to me. But right there, you can see there's the top of the channel. Again, this is IB, Interactive Broker. So there's the short. And they had shorts at IB for auto. There is the short right there, the break. For me, it did anyway, on the 5 and the 15. Same in the 5 and the 15. Boy, I mean, this, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but this could completely and utterly change the way I trade. Instead of, going after these momentum plays, following them, and then trying to short the top based on the channel break. So LX is another candidate right now. Well, I only short the ones that are immediately available, so I have no idea, Phoenix. I really don't. I haven't really followed it. I don't think there's any. But pretty good percentage moves, Torps. That's the thing. I'll take a 460 down to 430 any day, and it's quick. It's all me. It's all about the percentage moves. So, for instance, this one. I mean, this is popping through the channel. The problem I would have with it is that well, assuming if the channel keeps moving higher, that's fine. But I'm only going to take it if it moves back down below the channel, and then my stop would be at the high of the day. That's too far right now, unless this channel can move higher. If that makes sense. Because it's all about having a stop too. I mean, my stop has to be the high of the day. I'm not going to get nailed on something on a momentum trade just because it breaks the channel that I think, okay, it's just going to keep falling. Of course, that's not going to happen. See, QFIN is the same, kind of the same thing. There it is. There's the break of the channel, 1344. So it's up here. But if it broke down below it, my stop is way up here. That's too far. Well, basic new highs right here. Basic new highs, that's right here. The alert came in at 9:44 and the price was 8:19. So nice, a nice pop. I'm sharing a lot of scans, guys. I'm sharing everything you see plus a lot more. So I mean, if you click on the scans tab, you see all the scans that I'm sharing, or click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. Everything goes to a Word document, and you can take a look at them all kind of more at your leisure. All right, let's see. Okay, I'll tell you right now, I know there's a Holly alert for CNK. My issue with it would be yesterday's high. I mean, if it breaks yesterday's high, then it's got a lot of room, but it might do it. So this had the, this again, Holly alert. This was a little bit earlier than the AI. See, there's LB. I mean, look at the break a couple of times, and it finally broke the second time. So what would have been the stop? A little bit far away, 50 cents away. That's the issue I have. You take it on that break, shorting it. Another China stock. So China stocks are definitely on the move today, guys. And I guess it must be because of the the news I saw this morning about trade talks resuming. Maybe. All right, guys. Well, CNK. What's the high of yesterday? 1197. It's right there, right at the high of yesterday. Agreed to meet. Yeah. For which stock, Torps? No, I was talking about last or 2 weeks ago. Sorry, 2 weeks ago, or 2 days ago, the high for CNK. Well, not no, I'm not quoting pre-market. It's just normal market hours. I mean, our candlesticks don't take into account. I don't really think any candlestick program, unless maybe there's an option, but most candlesticks programs do not take into pre-market activity. Not on a daily candle. It'd be too crazy. Just watching the CNK to see if it can maintain. Watching CNK. I'm looking to short it actually, guys. To be honest. Okay, I'm in short it. And my stop is the high of the day for CNK. Very tight stop. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's all based on the channel right now. So I'm short 1197 for the CNK. And very tight stop, just the high of the day. I'm just watching it, guys. I just have to watch CNK to see if it, gets. It's right where basically where I shorted it. So auto came right back up, right back up. Sorry, guys. I just have to concentrate on this CNK. Again, it's basically right where I shorted it at 11.97. I'm just waiting to see if it can get into the low 80s. Touches 12, I'm out. Well, I just put CNK up on the screen here. It's just a tug of war right at 12. Just watching it. I mean, it gets over 12 on the bid. I'm out. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. So I took a 4-cent loss. But I will take a look at it again. Yeah, well, a very tight stop. You know, that's the whole idea. But now it looks like a good long. I mean, you know, the longer it holds over 12. All I was, you know, I just wanted to see how well it held at 12. Initially, it was sort of stalled. Now we'll see, because now it has a lot of room. And I know, you know, I'm going completely against the AI on that one, but thought it was worth a shot. Meanwhile, GRWG really getting clobbered here now, GRWG. Okay, guys, might have to flip the script on this one. I hope if it bases a little bit here. CNK, I mean, now it's turning into a great little run from the AI from 1172 to 1217. Ooh, boy, I lost sight of Jivo. Look at Jivo. He pulled back way underneath. I mean, I thought that was it. 88 cents. Now it popped up through $1 again. So China stocks are definitely having a good day. So FINV probably has pretty good resistance right around 280. Just had a great day yesterday. WVE, another follow through day for WVE. Probably coming into resistance around 11. Oh, I understand. I will not do that. I will not do that in terms of adding to what I consider a losing position. Yeah, that's his style. That and that's fine. Another one that's had a great couple of good days and still has some room. RLGY still has some room. Rheology. Well, that's why you have a stop, guys. Okay, it's as simple as that. That is why you have a stop. And why, so I took a very manageable, what it was, a 4-cent loss on the CNK. Didn't get carried away just because, we've been following the standard deviation channel breaks and all that. They don't all work. Well, I took it on the break of the channel again, Torps. It broke above the channel, and then I took it on the break below it, right at it. That's all. That's all I'm waiting for. I'm kind of watching Givo here to see how well it holds over this, say, 110 level. And it's one of those that who knows what it could do. Look at the volume, 152 million shares, 31 in the float. So it's already traded the float 5 times, 129 times normal right now. All right, guys. So I am in that one, the 955 AI. Okay, I am in it. Let's see what it can do. 9:55 Eastern Time, of course. I mean, that's the time of the alert. I'm not going to. I don't display the AI alerts. Not fair for those of you who pay for premium. So that's the time of the alert. There's only one at that time. So, yeah. You guys, of course, don't have to do the same thing. This is just letting you know what I've done. With a stop, always a stop. I just to let you know, I will not be looking at the AI stop for that. It's way too far away. But it's up to you guys. I don't, have to trade. Don't trade the way I'm trading in that one necessarily. AQST. Let's see. What are you doing? Questive Therapeutics. Relatively low float. 30 million in the float. Well, I'm not feeling the love on this one yet, guys. Any more of a drop, I'm probably going to get out. Or it's basically about 3 cents above my buy price. Oh, I did, but I took a 4 cent loss on it. I think it's out here. Yeah, out. Oh, I've got it. I have my caps lock on. If you're wondering why not up here, well, it didn't. If I'm trying to follow this, the channel, it was way above it. So I'm not trying to guess. All right, guys, I'm out of that one. I don't like the way it's trading. Basically flat. And that's a 955 AI alert. I'll look to get back in it if it shores up a little bit. Just don't trust these really cheap ones. Jan, yesterday, This was a big mover yesterday for Jan. Now this is really chase mode right now. Big mover yesterday though, and let's see, looking left, the high is 720, just about there on that monthly chart. I think what happened here, this is a symbol name change. I'm almost 100% sure this is not an IPO course. And look at it go. Wow, it just popped through that high, 720, like nothing. Yeah, it may be bad, Bob. You know, obviously I have really not much experience with it, so look at the drop though from 740 all the way down. It got back down to about 710. Got to be so careful. Low float, 1.4 million in the float. Just got to be so careful with these. Now, this was on my watch list, not as a potential short. You know, obviously we were looking at this one yesterday. Not obviously, but we were looking at this one yesterday. Maybe to try to break out of here, this 350, this 360 area, because of look at all the room it has. So it is trying to come back a little bit here. Stop it. Okay, first of all, I wouldn't use IB paper trade. Okay, I mean, to me, the simplest thing to do is use our simulated trading. It's using our real-time data. So I wouldn't use IB paper trade. Well, I mean, if you follow all the instructions, it should be fine. You know, I mean, if you connect correctly, I'm sure you've watched the video. If you haven't watched the video, obviously watch the video. Boy, look at these China stocks are just ripping. Yeah, on that one real, if you follow it right from the beginning, you know, for me again, I know I'm using the IB, but you know what happened is it broke down below that channel. Just of course the channel has changed now, but it broke down below the channel just a little bit. and that's why I took it with a very tight stop. I mean, I would do it again. Okay, well, if you just look left, again, I'm not saying this is, it's going to get up there, but when you look left on the daily chart for CNK, you can see the next high is 1333. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. I haven't given up completely on that 9:55 alert from the AI Eastern Time. Boy, reality is just, this is not a China stock. Not a China, no. But look at this thing. Look at this rippage here for it. All right, so a word about CNK, guys. And if you're following it on I don't mind talking about it now. So there was the alert at 1172. The stock got up without really any sort of a pullback. I did try to short it, yes, but that's okay. Got up to 1235. The AI is not out of this trade at all. Now, in my way of thinking, you cannot let this trade, break down through 12 and get anywhere close to 1172. You can't. As a trader, you have to be watching what it's doing. You can't give up these nice gains. Now, I'm not saying it won't stop and keep moving higher, but I know everybody wants to completely automate the AI, and this is what we're saying. Let the machine is giving you the idea, but it's up to you, in my opinion, to manage the trade once you're in it. Meanwhile, FINV is just absolutely ripping. It's not a low float. 187 million in the float. That is not a low float situation. Boy, not a lot of action for my watch list today. Sorry, guys, I'm watching another one. The bottoming tail has me a little concerned. I'm trying to reshort this one, this CNK. The bottoming tail is a little concerned. All right, guys. Well, okay, I'm back in that one. The 955. Let's see if it works this time. Just watching it, guys. I'm trying to trade a little bit more. What time is it? 10:30. So I know I usually. Well, first of all, I can do it quickly. Welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format: Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. Just waiting on that one to see if it really explodes. And that is the 150. Sorry, the 955 AI alert. All right, I took some off, guys, of that of the 950. I keep saying 955. The nine. Well, it is 955. Sorry, the 955 alert. Don't quite trust it. Look at the volume. Well, if you want to know exactly what I'm doing, you have to have the premium service, Tampa. All right. Well, okay. As I'm pausing here, if you have trade ideas, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Just keeping an eye on that trade. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab, or click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. Then you can load from the Word document. All you have to do is copy the link. Either areas, copy the link. Once you've copied the link, just file load from cloud. File load from cloud. The link will appear here, and then load it. It'll be on your screen. Don't forget, you can make some changes, of course, if you want. Maybe change. I have a certain price range I like, minimum volume, things like that. You might want to make some changes. But if you make changes, or even if you don't make changes, don't forget to save it to the cloud. Okay, save to the cloud. Right click on the Windows, save or share to cloud, save. Talk a little bit about our subscriptions. Give me a moment here. All right, so in the subscriptions tab here, you'll see I've got two links. One is my homepage and the subscription pricing. In the homepage, you'll see all of the, I think, the important links and things. So I'm just going to click on that. Just give me a second here. So when you click on my link, my homepage link, you can download software, the latest software. This is the Get Trade Ideas. So here's my promo code Barry for Alpha, 15% off. Either the first month, go you know what. Let's get into the 30s. For 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription, when you click on that link, Get Trade Ideas, you'll be brought to the subscription page. So we've revamped our website, so I think this looks a lot cleaner and clearer. So we have an annual plan and a monthly plan. I'm looking at the annual plan right now. Premium service, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And you can see the differences between standard and premium. The big difference, of course, is the AI, which I'm going to go over. That's the big difference. If you want, the reason you're getting premium is because you want to see the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. Just toggle this over to monthly. $228 or $118, less than 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. So if you want to upgrade at any point, we will honor that 15%. Took some more out, guys. Don't have that much left. I don't quite trust that. Well, it's a Givo. I mean, there's no point hiding it anymore. Now the other links on my page. So trade of the week is sent to you. You can click here and sign up for the trade of the week. It is sent to your inbox about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. You can sign up for them right there. The webinars. Now, also the 20 lessons in 20 days. I'm also going to put that link in on its own. I think it's a very important link. Get these links in. I think they're it's a very important link, especially if you're brand new to Trade Ideas. It covers a lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas, and if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can see what the basic features are and how you can construct, the various windows. Also on my homepage, so we've got the webinars, and same thing, lots of education on this link. Again, you'll see that 20 lessons in 20 days, daily support sessions. Here's the room, of course. And here are the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. You can sign up for them all right there. Now, I do want to talk about the AI. So this is what the AI basically goes through. Once the market closes, AI gets to work. Of course, then it has access to the latest market data. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but again, if it were, AI takes a look at the filter values. The AI strategies have way more filters in place, but the AI will take a look at the filter values, maybe take a filter out, tinker with the filter values, or take a filter out, add one in, runs through this optimization procedure, runs through all 50 strategies. So that's what happened last night. Today, these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut, meaning that they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. And if you have the AI, this is how I recommend. When I say use it, but watch it. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll have. Of course, when you open it up in the morning, it'll be blank. You will not get any alerts until at least 9:35. Not saying you'll get one at 9:35, but nothing will happen until at least 9:35. And when you get an alert, you have an entry. It's a real-time entry price, and you have a stop. And my recommendation is always man a machine. So the machine is going to alert you of the potential trades that you might want to take, and then you should manage the trades. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus now. So 2 ways to use Brokerage Plus. Right now, if you did want to trade your account, you'd have to have an Interactive Brokers account. You would connect to it. Okay, this is the only, I know we have some other brokerages that are listed there. Don't know when that's going to happen. So please don't ask. I really don't know. So if you do want to trade your account, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this video or this link for a nice video that was done by Michael Noss, our expert using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. He put this great video together. Virtually everything you'd want to know about how to do all that is answered in that video. It's about 27 minutes long, but well worth it. You can do things like set up your own one-click trading strategies, okay? And that video shows you exactly how to do it all. What I demonstrate all day long, though, is the paper trading mode, simulation trading. You just connect using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. And again, I say it all the time, and I'll pound this one. If you are new to trading, if you've never traded before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. And this is we have a great simulator that you can use, and it is part of the standard service. I'm going to show you how you can use it. When you click on an alert, you notice the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half gets you out of half your position. Double, these are just hotkeys. You can double your position. Of course, you can manually do all that down here. I'm all out of this one, guys. Just thought I was really hoping it would pop into the 30s. I mean, it still might later on. I was looking at that 150 area as really the fantasy area for it to get to, but just amazing amount of volume right now on it. But I'm all out of it now. So let's take a trade. Let's show you how you can do it. Yeah, no shorts. You're right. No shorts available. I just want to find one that makes a little bit sense maybe to take. So you could do this in a couple of ways using the simulator. So when you look at Realogy, you might say, you know what, I want to take this on another pullback to this level, 1146. So it's easy enough to set this up. I'm going to show you how you can do something like that. Let's take a couple hundred shares. We want a couple hundred shares, and on a pullback, 1147. Oops. So I'm going to buy, I'm putting in a conditional order to buy 200 shares at 1147. And you see it just appeared on the chart right there, that blue line. Now at this point, I mean, I can do anything I want with that line. If I don't like that area, maybe I want to move it down here. Or maybe if I really like the way it's trading now, I just move it up and take the trade immediately, as an example. Okay, so I just wanted to show you how you can do that. You could have done the same thing. You could have said, you know what, I want to take it on a high of the day break. So you could have put that opening order up here. Okay, so you see what I did? I moved it up to the price that it's at right now just to show you how you could have done that. And so it took the trade, 200 shares. Now I can put a stop. I could literally put a stop down there if I wanted. It's going to be a pretty tight stop, but just again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do all this. And just waiting for it to appear on the chart. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. So you notice how my stop now has been placed right in the chart. And so I can do the same thing with the stop. You know, if the trade started working well, or if I thought, maybe it's a little tight, you know, I don't ever want to second guess a stop, but I mean, I'm just showing you what you can do. But I can move this stop now anywhere I want. So let's say this trade starts working really well. I can start moving my stop up right in the chart, using it like a trailing stop. If I wanted to, I could put a target. Just again, I'm just right clicking, add a target order. I'll put 12 as a target order or target price. And you will see that there it is, just showed up here. So there's that line there, there's a target. Same thing, I can move this. Let's say it starts working really well, it starts approaching the target from a good pattern. I can move this up. Or let's say it stalls just underneath the target. It starts to move down, I can move it down and take myself out of the trade. Now that's how you can do it right on the chart. You don't have to use the chart, of course, to do any of that. If I wanted to, I could trade out number of shares, any number of shares I wanted to. I could pick if I wanted to get out some shares right now. If I want to flatten the trade, get out of the trade, that's all I do. Hit flatten, get out at half or double. So this is a great way to practice trading. Well, all you have to do, okay, you probably, I don't know where you're seeing this. I guess the SPY chart is the default chart. If you want, all you have to do is right click on that SPY chart and duplicate it. So if you duplicate the chart, there I've just duplicated a chart, then left click on the chart and then just start typing. You know, the minute you start typing, that change symbol box should show up. You just hit enter and now you've got another symbol. You can have 10 charts with our standard service and 20 with our premium service. So you could just keep duplicating the chart and then again left clicking and changing the symbol. Yeah, so the reason why you're only seeing this in my channel is I'm trying to get, I'm trying to get people just to concentrate on a few symbols for the day. That's what my channel is all about. It's not to show my entire layout. If you want the other screen or the other scans like these ones, just click on scans and you can see I'm sharing a lot of different scans. Okay, right here. So it's kind of a pick and choose, a la carte. Or you can click on the room drive icon and scans that I share. The reason for that channel, my channel, is really, you know, for new traders who can get overwhelmed by, you know, all the different sort of alerts that, you know, you can see if you follow my screens all day long, or even if you construct your own. So, you know, this is pretty light today, but it gets you to concentrate just on a few symbols. It's not meant to be, you know, have a lot of different scans on it. All right, well, I'm not in it anymore, but Jivo is, yeah, it is now starting to, not in it anymore. Didn't do too badly on it. I got back in it at basically 116. I was in at 115 the first time, took a 2-cent loss, got back in at 116, sold out some at 120 and 125, so not terrible. I was hoping for more, something into the mid-30s. It might happen. JB, did I see you there? So I need help. All right, so I actually did take out a, oh, sugar, I hate that. Just a second, please. Now I've got to load everything again. Just give me a second here. Sometimes my video card acts up and shouldn't. Now I got to find you guys. Where do you look to find the links? Okay, so two ways. Click on the Scans tab. If you can't see that Scans tab, you might have to elongate the chat display. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm showing it right there. You're in off topic right now, so I mean, this is just another tab. Or maybe simpler is to click on the Room Drive icon right up here, and then Scans that I shared download. Then you'll see them all in a Word document. So I did take out a just a month or the month trial or whatever it's called. Okay, I wanted to just test it first, and I understand now that you like all these. This is actually an auto drawing of the fibs, I believe. That's what I was able to find. I couldn't really. I had it at one point, Bollinger Band, or not the Bollinger Band, but the deviation. And there's so many different ones. I couldn't. Now I can't remember. I couldn't remember which one I had. But now I understand how this all works. I mean, this is subscribers really writing all the scripts. Kind of interesting. So I just don't know which one. I know you talked about two colors and two levels, but there's so many here. At one point I did have it. On my chart, but I was experimenting and it disappeared. So anyway, don't worry about it right now. Well, not that you're worried, but you don't. It's just it looks like also. I'm just trying to see here. It looks like this is real time in terms of because obviously taking out the full subscription, you've got to subscribe to the to New York and the NAS. So I thought they weren't giving that to me, but it looks like it is real. I mean, I thought it was just going to be BATS data. Well, I think I'm on a real time. I think I've got it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it looks exactly the same. I'm looking at my IB. It does look exactly the same. Let me, it did. I was able to get pre-market. Oh, I see. In Interactive Brokers. Um, I think it's just a setting. I can try to help you there. No, no, no. I'm answering Ray. I got two. VWAP standard deviation bands. Okay, this is what you're talking about. So these are the two bands. This is the two. So that's the first. That's the second. First, second. Now it's going to get a little confusing having the fibs on here too. Auto fib. I'm going to have to get rid of that one just to see. But okay. Okay, so let me see if I can help you, Ray. I think it's just a. I'm sure it's just chart options or something like that. I did this so long ago, Ray. You know, it's so long ago that I'm. Here we go. Okay. So if I right click or click on. So right click and chart parameters and show data outside of regular trading hours. Check. Okay, so again, just right click on the chart parameters, scroll to the bottom, chart time options, show data outside. Yeah, I don't want to. The only problem I would have with that, JB, I don't want to have my charts so jumbled. Right now, even just having the auto fibs that are drawn. But I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work it out for sure. But if I hide them, what's the point of having them? I understand. Okay, guys, well, this was a little choppy, but here you go. 113, 131, 16% gain for Givo. It was a little bit choppy. I was in it a couple of times. Now it's kind of doing, I was hoping it would do this before that little pullback. I'm also having a bit of an issue in the zooming in and out on these charts, but I will try to figure it out. HKIB, somebody's talking about HKIB. Oh yeah, one of these. Yeah, you got to be careful, like ridiculously careful. I don't even know what the spread is. Yeah, it's untradeable. 1554, 1784, and it's halted. All right, guys, I'm just STKL. What a run it's had. Well, congratulations, those of you who stuck it out with the GIVO. HKIB. HKIB, but it's on, I think it's one of these ones that is basically untradeable. Right now I see a spread of 1554, 1784. There's no quick way, Rudy. There's no quick way. There's no shortcut to this. Sorry. You've got to understand how to read charts, and it takes a while. The more charts you see, the more you can very quickly size up, what you might consider are good opportunities. There's no quick way. The GIVO look was interesting because when you look left on the weekly chart, it had room to 150. Okay. The 200-day moving average though is right up there. So this could stall it easily, 146 and the 150. Now, if it pops through, all bets are off. You look at this chart, you can just sort of see it's got all sorts of room. I think this looks like an IPO, but I think this was just a symbol name change for IMBI. But you just look left and there's nothing blocking it. You look at Realogy, it has some room to get up to that 13 level. Again, when I say it has room, I don't mean, I have no idea if it's going to get there, but all we try to do is take one equation or one aspect of why a stock may not move higher if you're trying to go long out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. Imagine if you see all this right here on that monthly chart, if it was sitting, if that on the weekly chart was sitting right up here, this right there was sitting right above it, you'd look at that, go, that might be tough to get through here. So a couple of, that, and always knowing where that 200-day moving average is, because the 200-day moving average area can really block a stock. Oh, I wish I were still in this. You look at Cloudera. So what I see here, yeah, beautiful daily candle. But when I look left, this is what I see. I see some resistance, maybe right around that 1250 mark, not too far away from 1222. So while it, it still might have a run in it, but to me, it looks like it could stall right around here. So that's why, for me personally, aside from the fact that you'd be chasing it right now too, would have been great if you get it down here, obviously. But, I don't chase, number one. But even if I thought, well, maybe I should chase this one, I wouldn't, because I think there's too much resistance fairly close by. So again, if you're in this GIVO trade, there it is. There's the 200-day moving average, 146, and this area. It's basically almost the same area, okay? So, but look, with this volume, it could do anything. Yeah, that's up 25%. I just didn't have the patience. Is today the day? It's the day that Tesla hits 2,000. Well, I wasn't bored of the trade, David. I just didn't like the way it was trading. I wasn't bored of it at all. I didn't quite trust it. That's all. Really depends on the broker, TT. Some brokers won't let you short stocks under $5. Certainly, that's not the case with Interactive Brokers, but yeah, don't we all, Aussie girl? No, it's not an SEC rule. It's really the broker. I mean, my Canadian broker that I used to have, they wouldn't let me short stocks under $5 for the longest time. I have no idea if they do it, if they let you do it now. When I went to IB though, there didn't seem to be, and I'm pretty sure there were stocks under $1. Now they may not have shorts available. You know, that's a different issue. But as far as a rule that they place upon you, no, I don't think so. But that'll individual brokers will have, wow, will have their own rules. No, we got a couple of great ones from Holly Neo today. I mean, look at this, and I love the fact that there's very few trades. You know, auto is even it's a 7.5%. I don't mind showing these after the fact. Give me something under $1. I'll just check. And not an OTC stock. Yeah, it is the broker that sets the rules. I'm 100%, 99.99% sure it's the broker setting the rules. Yeah, no, no. Somebody was referring. I think they misinterpreted why I got out of the GEVO trade. It wasn't because I was bored. I said I don't get out of trades because I'm bored. I don't take trades because I'm bored. In other words, I'm not in a trade and I'm getting antsy and I'm feeling bored, so I've got to get in a trade. No, I don't ever trade like that. I don't get out of a trade as long as it's working. If I because I'm bored because it's not moving that much. Look, I was completely wrong. I just didn't like the way it was trading, but it wasn't out of boredom that I got out. I started seeing that pullback. I saw that one. I said, didn't quite trust it. Well, here we go, guys. I mean, there it is, 146. There's your 200-day moving average area, as well as this area right here. Look at the volume. Yeah, Chris, there's no way you can. The crystal ball doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You know, finding stocks before they break out. I mean, that's it just can't be done. I mean, all we can try to do is here's a breakout. You know, and I didn't handle it very well, so it broke out here. You know, pre-market. So now you start watching it. So even though, yeah, you've missed that 55 to dollar move, but now it's moved from $1 to $1.50. But there's no way to know that this is going to break out ahead of time. I mean, I wish there were, but so is it the 30th for Tesla? Is that the date, or the 27th, or the 28th? Is that the date for the split for Tesla and Apple? The 28th? Oh, it's Friday. Thank you. Oh, it's tomorrow, the 21st. Wow. Apple is the 31st. Thank you, Lily. Okay. I thought they were both the same. Ah, that's what it is. So the split is, yeah, you must own it by Friday. Thank you. And then what, they give you 4 shares or something? But the split effectively is is at the end of the month. So that's why there's a big mad rush to buy Tesla today and tomorrow. Wow, CRDF, wow, lots of volume. Lots of volume is just pouring in here. And again, I don't believe no way this is an IPO. I just think probably a symbol name change. Sort of remember this. Can't keep them straight anymore. I mean, these stocks, they change symbols and they look like they're IPOs. Um, yeah, low float, 17 million in the float. Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, this is lots of volume. It just came pouring in. Of course, it has, when you look at the chart, it has no resistance. I don't believe this is an IPO. I mean, we're saying a lifetime high. I just refuse to believe this is an IPO. We just, but something obviously happened though, right there. I don't know what it was. Give me a second here, please. I wrote it down. In the public library, auto Fibonacci retracement. In the public library? No, 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 no. Don't do that. You mean no, no, no? All right, third icon from the top. 1, 2, 3. Pitchforks. Aha. Yeah, it's just too. You see, this is what I'm confused about. I thought I could just click on one day and it would just give me the one day. Oh, well, one reason is somehow I'm on a 1 minute chart. Is that right? I'm going to get this, don't worry. Oh, that's why. Okay, that helps. I still find this very, I don't quite understand what, it changes every time I'm 15-minute chart, one day. Yeah, it's just not reacting the way I thought it would. Why is it giving me all these days? Well, that was your standard deviation, VWAP standard deviation. You told me. And now the fibs. We should do a guys. I missed it. The CNK, I wanted to take another reshort of that on the break under 12. But I've been monkeying around here, so I've missed that, unfortunately. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:21. So really nothing. Okay, what did this one do? UCTT. Again, this, it had a long bias on it. You can see why. It had a great day yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I have a short bias on it. I do have a short bias on this one. I was looking at the monthly chart. UCTT. So what was the short at? 26.27. So let's see if this can continue to move down. Tell you what I'll do. I think I can do it like this. Okay, I just started a private chat with you. I think you can maybe pop it in there. Okay, so I would get rid of, for me personally, I would get rid of the MACD in the stock, RSI. Want the volume, of course, but I like the way. But it doesn't look like you're using standard deviation, are you? Those can't be the SDC lines. Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. Okay. Still don't quite see it. Why can't you have something like this? With the lines, like literally the lines. See, these are my Bollinger Bands, but why can't you have something with the lines? I'm not seeing that. Ah, okay. But can't you show me a chart that just shows today? I see all your charts are going like 18, 19, and 20. I just want to see today's action. Maybe with a little drift into yesterday and the 15, but I'm just going to have to study it a little bit more. I hate to say it, JB, but they all look the same to me. Well, we should, look at this later. I'll look at this later, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just, yeah, wow. No kidding. Is it ever killing it? It's very strange price action for this. Very, very strange, in my opinion. You know, for it to have gone up the second day of the IPO all the way up to 27, then basically, I mean, that's a big, big pullback down to 18. And now starting to ramp up again. Yeah, look at this. One, two, three pullbacks now for Givo. Good for you guys who held on. All right, CNK may be giving me an opportunity, though I don't like that bottoming tail. Okay, again, a word, I'm sorry, yeah, a word about this CNK trade. The alert was at 1172. Look where the AI got out, 1188. Now, in a million years, you should never let that happen, right? I mean, you get into something, even if you didn't get in right at 1172, but in the area, and this stock steadily, remember this was a green bar at one point, steadily went up to 1234. You cannot allow the trade to go down to 1188 to get you out. And this is what would have happened if you just let it run in auto fashion. Okay, this is why I constantly say you've got to manage the trades. It's a great watch list. We got some great ideas for the day. And I don't think you have to get in necessarily right at the entry. You can kind of wait a little bit just to see how it's trading, see what sort of resistance there is. If you want it, but if you do want to get in, close, that's fine. But then manage the exits. You can't let something, you can't get into something 1172 and then allow the system to take you out 1188 when it was up, to 1250. Look at the SPY now. The SPY is just flattened right out. On the 15s anyway, just kind of flattened right out. I never buy an IPO right at the beginning. That's just mine, okay? That's just me. A lot of people in this room, I know Martin will take a look at an IPO right at the beginning. The only time I buy an IPO on the day of, first of all, it depends on the price of it. If it's a high price one, I just don't do it. I did do it for Rocket RKT when it came out a couple of weeks ago. I got it near the end of the day, and a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take a look at the 2-hour high, or after 2 hours, then I'll start looking. If it takes it out, the 2-hour high out, I may take a look at it, but typically I'm not buying an IPO the day of. But again, that's just me. Well, maybe if it gets into the mid 80s again. But that's a, you know, see how if it keeps getting rejected at 12, that's a big bottoming tail though. I mean, the sellers tried like heck to knock it down. So that's the issue I've got with it right now. It may be just one of these things I just, forget about it. For questions like that, Wall Street, you really should contact IB. I mean, I've never held a short overnight. But for instance, if I'm over my margin limit on a long, they're going to charge me interest. I mean, that's the beauty of intraday trading, using margin if you want. So I don't want to tell you. Yeah, no, it is general questions like that, Ken. Yeah, just put in the off topic. This stocks only is literally just for stocks only. You know, like a symbol talking about a very, very specific stock. Minute, please. Just have to respond to an email. Man, I wish I'd held my Mayo short from this morning in the pre-market. What a drop. I shorted this pre-market 460, covered it at 430. It was all based on the channel break, and boy, now it's gone actually gone mildly negative. Oh, you know, I could say the same about the Jivo trade. I mean, if this starts dropping more and more, remember the AI is not got out of it at all. Now, this crazy one keeps getting halted. Now it's got halted on the way down again. Just steer clear, HKIB. Don't know anything. China company. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, there's only, according to our figures, 3% of the float is short. It's not shortable in Interactive Brokers. At least it's not now. I don't know if it was available earlier. I think William was shorting it earlier. It's not available now anyway. So I don't know how many shorts are actually caught. All right. Definitely keep an eye on this one. I mean, this has had a great one, two, three, now a fourth day. It was just poked its head above yesterday's high, LMPX. If you look left on this weekly chart, the next high looking left is 1590. That's just 1 week. But, you know, bigger picture, guys, the bigger picture. This is having a tremendous week. You know, lots of volume this week. So, I mean, if you're looking for potential swings, I mean, you know, these are the sort of charts that you, in my opinion, you should be focusing on. Lots and lots of room. It had earnings on the 14th, so you don't have to worry about that. That kind of kick-started it, I guess. Right there, kind of kick-started it. Post-market. So actually, oh, this is this one. Yeah, this is this crazy one. It released earnings after hours on a Friday. Very few companies do that. So the reaction really to earnings was on Monday. Okay, so that's why this is so great reaction to earnings for LMPX. The longer this holds just over 15, the more attractive it becomes. You know, sending up a little base and then maybe gets some volume, propelling it again. I mean, it's extended on the daily, but on the other hand, look at all the room it's got. Speaking of cars, I saw NIO had trying to an interesting concept. So they talked about leasing the battery. Of course, the battery is one of the most expensive components in all these electric cars. So they said you can lease the battery. So dropping the price of the car, the actual car, and then you're leasing the battery. An interesting concept. Well, if you are, I'm on NIO now. I was on MB before. If you cannot, that was NIO, NIO. All right, then you have to do a refresh then. Okay. For some reason, your screen is not refreshing. Just do a refresh right beside the gear icon, probably upper right hand corner somewhere. There's the refresh. Unless you buy that Epson printer that I did, Brett. The Shaquille O'Neal one. I have to admit, it's pretty cool. I don't even think anymore about ink. It wasn't so much you had to see the chart anyway on that one. It was more of a comment about what NIO was doing. All right, guys. Well, I'll be getting set for my break in about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes from now. So this one is starting to move up. LMPX, it is starting to move up. The spread is not good, 17-cent spread right now, but it is starting to move up. I'm continuing to watch this price action for CNK around 12. Meanwhile, LX just, oh, what a break here. Look at this consolidation, guys, for LX. That's print this. 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Look at the consolidation and on volume. Consolidation break and on volume. That's almost textbook. You want to say a consolidation break on, I mean, I'll just repeat it. A consolidation break on volume. Look at LX. Now we've got them covered. We've got LX and then we've got LMPX. So we've got the, let's just start with L and N and X covered here. Meanwhile, Gevo just put another leg up. Wow. Leaving that 200-day behind, looks like. Well, guys, I mean, this, I mean, I don't know where this is going now. I mean, 2 may be the next level. Now we've got 30, we haven't seen one like this for a while, 36% now, 113 to 154 in the AI on that one. And very few trades today, which I love. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the market. The market came out of that little bit of consolidation and it's starting to move higher. There's no difference. I mean, they're all Holly segments. That's all. There's no difference. There's no difference at all. Maybe I'm not understanding your question. We have 3 segments of the AI: Holy Grail, 2.0, and Neo. They're all. Personally, I don't care which where you get the alert from. The theory being though that Neo might be a more aggressive one, dealing in stocks with high relative volume. I mean, that's excessive, of course. 134. But they're all Holly. I mean, they're all Holly, okay? I mean, they're just different name segments, that's all. Still not a great spread, but 1530, 1544. But again, I mean, look at the look of this thing. I mean, look at what it could do. I'm feeling a little bit sick now because of the GVO. I mean, I had a few shares of this. Oh man. Oh well, let's see who's on today and taking over. All right, so again, talking about the AI. So there we had the alert 338, excuse me, 338 for auto. Choppy, but it did get up to 370. That's a great percentage move. Now again, I'm not saying you would have got in right at the penny and sold right at the high. I'm not saying that. But give me the middle 2/3 and that's a good little percentage move. At this point now, and the AI has not exited this trade at all, and it's under. So I mean, you just can't allow that to happen. You guys were talking about Slack. Yeah, wow, what a move for Slack, WORK, work. It's really lagged, though. It's really, really lagged all the other stocks in that same sector. Like, I haven't looked at Zoom for a long time. I don't even know what it's doing. Yeah, there it is. Look at this. But Slack is really lagged. I'm not saying it's exactly the equivalent, but it's kind of sharing and all that, but it is really, really lagged. Yeah, we're getting back to that all-time high. All right, guys. So in the YouTube feed today, we have none other than Jamie Hodge. He'll be taking over from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. Yeah, I don't know about work. I mean, it just seems very, very strange that it has lagged so far behind all those other technology stocks that are, I mean, in communication. I mean, we use Slack, we've got Slack, and I just don't quite get it. I mean, there's obviously something wrong, and this was an IPO right over here. So there's something I'm not seeing. I just thought it would be. I don't necessarily. I don't mean it had to be a $300 stock, but not do this. Now KZIA on the way down here. Not shortable for me. Shoot. FDA fast track their drug. That was their news, but a lot of times it looks really, really good in a press release, and then you realize that maybe whatever drug they've got doesn't have a huge market, could be years away, all sorts of things. So it looks really great when you see the press release, and then reality sets in. Well, this is just basing now, so I don't know what's going to happen with CNK. I'd have to just forget about it. It may actually, the way it looks like it wants to pop. You know, if you get some volume and it pops, that could start it on another run. And just stick an alert, say around 12:04. See if it takes that out. I still have an alert set underneath. I mean, it could go either way. Just to confirm everything, I just happened to type in XELB and NIB, and it's shortable. So as we discussed before, yes, it's up to the individual broker. Meanwhile, rheology, another leg up, getting close to that 12 level. Took this as a little demo, show you how you can use the simulator. Now, another way, just so you know, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day in the simulator, if you don't exit it, then it'll carry over the next day. So you can use this for swing trading. You start off with $100,000 in the account. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. The only issue I would have is it's getting pretty extended on the weekly, but it's got a little bit of room, maybe to the 13 level. So that's the possible short, is what you're saying, right? Yeah, you know what? I know it's not the same, but I'm looking right there, $12. There's the upper end of the channel in the 15-minute chart, which kind of coincides to your 1193. All right, guys, 11:50, almost 9. So Jamie's going to be taking over in about 1 minute. So I'm going to be leaving here in this room for about half an hour. Take a break for about half an hour. See if Jamie is as... There you are, QuantBot. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming now. So hour, take a break for about half an hour. See if Jamie is as... There you are, QuantBot. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop streaming now. So hour, take a break for about half an hour.
Okay, thank you, Barry. I think I think I'm here.
QuantBot.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. I think everybody has eyes on my desktop now. Welcome, everybody. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session where you can ask questions about anything TI related. If someone could be so kind as to let me know via the chat panel if you can see and hear okay. I don't think I'm muted. There we go. Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Mike. Greetings, everyone. Nice little crowd in here today. And as you can see, Holly's been not the most active today, kicking out about 6 signals. And boy, we got a nice little runner in the GVO here, which I believe was the second signal today. The first one was C&K. C&K was up a bit more. Actually, the first 3 or 4 trades that the AI spit out today were up nicely initially. Some of them have pulled back, but little GVO's still up about 24%, so we'll take that. Continuing the trend with the smaller dollar stocks, as we can see here. Not as many biotechs in there today. Actually, none, unless you count chemical manufacturing. Hello to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on the time zone that you're currently in. All right, so just keep in mind, this is a great time to ask questions or get help with the configuration or Brokerage Plus. Anything is fair game. And the market's kind of, well, we had this little gap down on the SPY. We have since covered that gap up because we're up here flirting with the all-time highs that we barely poked through yesterday. And then we're getting a little flirty around this 10 period here, so it'll be interesting to see where we close the day. Looks right now like we're trying to get back up there and close above that 10 period, but a lot of trading time left in the day. All right, Deb, I see your question there, asking about max P&L column and B+. Sometimes it makes sense. All right, let's see here. Let me just drag my B+ over here. You can see I've been automating Holly signals this morning, but thought I was connected and of course missed the C&K signal. Got the second one. But we're going to be talking about max P&L, which I do believe will show you what the maximum P&L was for that position. In other words, at its peak, how much was it up? So let me find that. Max P&L. We'll just add that, and we'll show max P&L time as well. We'll just push those guys over there. Expand this out a little bit. Okay. So we can see here, GVO, current P&L showing 117 at the current price level of 144, with the entry price being 114. Okay, but the peak, all right, which would be right up here in this candle. Actually, let me go ahead and get my pin here just for easy reference. Where you hiding, Ben? There we go. Okay, so this candle here, that would have been max P&L at the top of that candle, and that is what the 167.48 refers to. And then we can also, if we want to reference the time, that would be the 10:48 candle, which would have been this guy right here, encompassing 10:45 to 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. So once again, max P&L showing you what was the highest this position had gone since we were in it, and also giving you the time of the max P&L as well. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Deb. That definitely sounds strange if you were showing max P&L of 400 where it was only up 50. You would need to take a screenshot showing both columns along with the chart. Send it in to info@trade-ideas.com, and we could always take a look at that. Question, can I change the settings for Holly the AI to send more signals? Very good question. The answer, though, the short answer is no, simply because if we take a look at the strategies panel down here, all the strategies that the AI came to the session with, what do we have here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the AI came to the session this morning with 8 strategies, 6 longs and 2 shorts. And these are the strategies that if any trades are produced, these are the strategies that are going to produce them. Now, having said that, I just sorted by trades today, which we can see in this column right here. This is showing you how many trades each strategy has produced today. 2, 4, 6, coinciding with the trade count over here, 2, 4, and 6. Now, just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to spawn any signals. Okay, so number one, any trades that are spawned are going to be coming from the strategies that were selected for the session. And each one of these strategies has a very lengthy filter set. So it's a very specific occurrence that has to be triggered in order for a trade to be triggered by any of these strategies. So it's only the strategies whose filter sets and alerts line up are going to issue the signal, all based around statistical probability. So yes, the urge to see more AI trades is just what we want, but a strategy is a strategy. It's the same kind of theory of we traders looking at our own manual windows. If the setups aren't occurring, well, if we go trying to trade prematurely or chasing stocks, that's actually kind of detrimental to our discipline, right? And the same thing holds true with the AI. If the circumstances match up, if the signals flow, well, then we know that the strategies are lining up. But if they don't, there's not a whole lot we can do about that, And whether Holly is busy or slower like she is today, that's all going to be due to market conditions. So, Yvette, I hope that made sense. Or actually, Fami asked that question. The next question is, how can I change the symbol on the chart? Yeah, we get this question a lot, and it's relatively easy. All we do is we click in the chart like this, and then we just start typing away. Boom, type in GT, got it. Want to go to another symbol, you can just keep typing, right? Tesla. So once we click on the chart, we can just start typing away. Just like that. And while we're waiting for some more questions to pop in, these small dollar stocks, Gevo coming through this ticker as well, was coming through early. And then when we see the AI spit the symbol out too, well, it's kind of like double confirmation. All right, I saw it coming through early through this window here, was thinking about it, then we see the AI jump on it too, relatively early in the session, actually in the first 5 minutes. We're looking at 15-minute candles there. If we're looking at 5, we can see when that signal. But I'm sorry, and eyes are playing tricks on me. About 25 minutes into the session is when the Gevo occurred there. Corresponding actually with a nice little range break as well. Thus, the title of the strategy, Breakout Long. Breaking out here on the intraday, getting a little frisky on the daily as well, as it took out these levels during its run. Yeah, Mike, I was a little late to the draw on that one. Just had too many things going on this morning, so no. Gevo would have been nice to have been in, but I personally was not in it. But check out the relative volume coursing through this little guy today. Oh, we're only doing 140 on the relative volume scale. Nothing to see here. Kicking out how many shares today? Let's see. This little guy usually only trades, not bad, 5 million typically. And, I had to take a double take there. I'm like, are my eyes playing tricks on me? 441 million shares turned over in Jiva today when the float's only 30, just shy of 32 million. That's what we call some volume right there. Oh, and look who's coming through. Yield all-time high ticker. Zoom. As it takes a little excursion to all-time highs out of this range here. Boom. Off to the races. Where it stops, nobody knows. All right, see a new question coming through here. Let me read this real quick. And the question is there any way to find the AI signal ahead of time? That would be super fantastic. Unfortunately, there's no way to get the AI signal ahead of time. And once again, the reason being is because the event, okay, if we just classify each one of these strategies here, nice chart, buyer stepping in, pullback long, what those really are events, okay? The event has to actually happen for the AI to go, hey, the event happened, I'm sending the signal, I'm taking the long, I'm taking the short. So unfortunately, there's no way to articulate into the system, okay, tell me when an event is getting ready to happen or when an event might happen, because it might not happen. We have to wait for the event to actually happen before we can deliver the signal. So yes, it would be nice to have for lack of a better description here, a little crystal ball to go, hey, the AI is thinking about this, but it's not until the event actually happens in the form of a strategy signal that we can report anything there. But I see your point. That's just not the way things work. Very similar little setup in the C&K here, which ran nicely early on, but has since pulled back a little bit. Notice how we get the signal right here with Holly, right in this little area right here, and how it's coinciding with this little opening range break there. Once again, not coming from a breakout strategy, but simply the nice chart strategy there. And Jivo continuing to remain strong. It's going to be real interesting to see if this little guy can hold this level here. If we get a close above that level, might be in play for tomorrow. But if it shrinks back down, we're going to be at the mercy of this range. What did we close at yesterday on Jivo? 55 cents. Wow. If you went home long, Jivo, you're a pretty happy camper right now, looking at potentially a tripling from closing price as of yesterday. And not a biotech, I don't think. Yeah, more in the jet fuel and fuel industry, it appears. Earnings were a while back. Must have been some good news. Surged to 55 cents. But that was in this whole range back here. Now it's surging to $1.55. Let's see here. I think I skipped a question here. Forgive me. Let's see. Answered. Apologize. AI that gives alerts for me is Omni. Hollywood. Okay, the question was, the only AI that gives alerts for me is Omni. Holly will pull up, but no alerts. Okay. Sorry about missing your question there, B. Fussin. I'll kind of backtrack here. I can assume that you're referring to the Omni AI channel. So when I click on the Omni AI channel, what you're seeing right here is basically the same thing that you were seeing on my screen, just with less windows. Okay. So to view all of the strategies in the AI panel, or that the AI generates, I should say, we want to be viewing the All Trades blotter, which is what you're seeing present on the Omni AI channel. Now, if I go load my default layout back up again, you'll notice I also have that same window, the All Trades blotter, which is this window right here. Okay. Here we have the strategy panel. Here we have the All Trades blotter. So as long as you have the All Trades blotter active, you're going to see every trade that the AI produces today. And right here, it's going to identify the segment. Was it Holly Neo? Was it Grail? Or was it 2.0? The exact time that this signal was generated, the exact time that the exit signal was generated, so forth and so on. So anytime you want to spawn either the strategy window or the AI All Trades blotter bar and click on New. And right here you can see we can spawn a new strategy window or a new trades window. So once again, as long as you have the All Trades blotter present, you will see all of the AI trades as they pop out in real time and as the exit signals are also triggered. We can see the exit signals over here in the conservative exit reason. If we see a blank field, then that tells us that the trade is still open, and we will also see no exit time present yet. So B. Fussin, I hope that addressed your issue there. If I need to go into more detail, just let me know. What do we got going on in Kern? Definitely getting frisky over here. Usually a very light volume stock, kicking out, what do we got here? Only 133,000 shares typically. Kicking out 359 so far and getting on close to a 8 value on the relative volume. Little spotty. But hey, price pays. Looks like, I don't know if that was a halt or just that appears to be a halt. So I tell you what, I see this gap here and I'm wondering to myself, hey, did this thing halt? Well, we can figure that out real quick just by plugging in the halt alert, taking a peek. And while we're doing that, hey, might as well add the resume as well. Add both of those guys. Actually, forgot to add that guy. And what was that symbol again? Kern. Not seeing anything pop up. Ah, that's because I left the filters present. Little Kern doesn't meet those filter standards. So there we go. Let's see here. And of course, I forgot the icon, so let's add the icon type. Alright, so we did have a halt right there, 1105. We had the run up, the halt, and they opened it higher. So we had the halt at 1105, and about 10 minutes later, to the T, to the second, exactly 10 minutes later, we had the halt price of 674, and the resume. Up at 740. Took a little run up to, it appears, a high of 807. All right, does the gap up, down, and gap affect on trade? Does the gap up and down and gap affect on trade? Not really sure what you're asking there, Yaved. Typically gaps, people are going to have an interest in gaps that are happening pre-market. In other words, the difference between the prior close and the open. But you can see here, intraday gaps are possible when there is a halt, okay? Because they just stopped it and they reopened it after they figured out what their problems were at the exchange. Got a little too excited and had to stop things for a while, stop the musical chairs. But most of the time, people are focusing on pre-market gaps using our pre-market gap windows, right? So here we are looking at a 5-minute intraday, and if we start peeling through, you know, hey, there's the GVO again. We had a close way down here yesterday, and we opened the regular session somewhere in this area right here. Of course, the shaded areas are post-market yesterday for the purplish color, and the pre-market activity in GVO leading up to the official open here. All right, so we closed way down here. We opened up right about in this candle right here. All right. So the majority of that move was in the pre-market. Some nice big pre-market candles there, but the difference between prior close and the next open is what we're referencing in these gap windows here. So people like finding stocks that are gapping up or down because there's a good chance that they're going to be active on the day. You know, they're either going to try to fill a little bit of that gap, or in the case of GVO, nope, didn't even act like it was going to fill any of that gap. It just is cruising higher. And on the same, or on the other side of that coin, we can see stocks that are gapping down using this list. And, you know, the gap becomes a lot more obvious if we just get rid of the pre-market and the post-market. So now the gap is a lot more identifiable. We closed in SYPR at 185, and we opened the session today at $1.33. And of course, these windows will show you the gap percentage and the dollar value right here. So that was a 28.6% gap down in SYPR. Take a look at Blink here. A close yesterday at 945, an open today at 790 for about a 15.8% gap down, or $1.49. So yes, definitely gaps have an effect on stock direction. Of course, trying to figure out, is it going to, you know, try to eat some of that gap up, or does it not care about the gap? Is it going to continue lower or higher? That's a whole different topic right there. But yes, gaps typically do have some type of impact on a stock. The intraday gap that we were taking a look at in that halted stock, you know, that happens from time to time. But most of the time when people are talking about gaps, we're talking about prior close and next open. Just going to cruise back to my layout. And while we're waiting for any questions to come in, I'm just going to scan some of the symbols on the pullback slightly above the 50-period SMA. Just taking a gander at some things here. 50-period on this chart is going to be the pink line right here. The darker red is the 20. Yeah, Amazon's still levitating well above its 50-period. Billy a little bit closer, but Not exactly tickling it. Baba snuggling up more to the 20 period. And this guy actually below it. Pardon me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna grab a little bit of water. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. Alrighty there. Gotta stay hydrated. And fortunately, we're getting a little break from the heat here in the desert known as Texas. You would never think that 93 would feel good until you've been in 108. All right, the question is, what is the best way to read the chart while trading? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I guess when it comes to reading charts, basically what everybody's going through as they scroll through charts is this chart exhibiting the pattern that I'm looking for? And of course, charts come in all shapes, sizes, time frames, patterns, so forth and so on. But if we're talking about intraday here, if I was, during the first 15, 30-minute period, I tend to watch 5-minute candlesticks so that I can identify things as they're occurring. So Jivo is a perfect example here. Looking at 5-minute candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 30 minutes into the open, after 6 5-minute candles formed, I like what I'm seeing here. All right, we're in a range. High was put in here, low was put in here. During this period right here, get my pointer back up here. During this little period right here, we're in a consolidation phase, just ebbing and flowing between the established low and the high. So when we see this stock come up here and punch through this range, this high-end range right here, that's interesting to me as a trader, okay? It's an opening range break, what we refer to as an orb, very simple pattern. Hey, okay, came down here and tested the lows, already put in the high at the open. Pretty soon, if the volume is there, and we know that the volume was there in Jivo, it's either going to break this level and maybe head down, or it's going to break this level and head higher. And we can see once this area here was popped, we go sideways for a little bit more, but eventually we do grind higher. All right, so that's an example of reading the charts as time progresses of the first 30 minutes, of the open. But later on in the day, I switched to a 15-minute candle because, well, it's just a little less noisy. But in the first 15 minutes of the day, we'd only have one candle here to deal with. Wouldn't necessarily see this little, U pattern here. So if we do click on 15, I would have just been consulting this one candle going, okay, I do see the same range that was put in, but I don't see as much continuity, right? Not as much pattern, for lack of a better term. So I could have just played the high and low of the candle, but when I look at this time frame, it gives me a little bit more confidence to do that in the first, it's more appealing to my eyes. So, the way that everybody reads charts is subjective, right? Number one, what chart pattern are you going after? And what time frame is the most conducive for you to be able to identify those charts? And that's all from just a little intraday snapshot there. But a lot of the times, the same chart pattern that people are looking for on intraday, they also like to see confirmation on, say, a longer time frame. The little range break that you see right here can occur on any time frame, 5-minute, 10-minute, 30, whatever, or it can also occur on the daily too. And on that topic, Yaved, what's the best way to read charts? The best way to get familiar with reading charts is just to expose yourself to as many patterns as you can and try to identify those in real time. Spending time in the trading room with Barry is also a very highly recommended activity if you haven't been doing that already. And of course, since you were already in here listening to Barry, I would assume that you've already been doing that, which is a great thing to do. Stan, you're referring to the 50 period? I do believe it is, but let's confirm here by coming over to Ye Old Traders Vault, which used to be channel 4. And there we have it right here. Pull back above the 50 period. I do believe Andy created this window, I think. So yep, there it is in the vault. Once you get over here to the vault and you start exploring some of these windows and you're like, I want to capture one of them, it's real easy just to right click in any window and save it to your cloud. That way when you get back to your default layout, you can spawn it from your cloud, find a home for it, save your default layout, and then you've just added that window to your repertoire. Yikes, 108. I forget, what was the 108? Oh, the temperature. Yes, yes. 108 is a little salty. While we're in this channel, the A table created by Mr. Steve Gomez using our proprietary scoring system, score metric here, and just kind of applying the old school grading system. If you see a stock with a score of in the 90s, that should be a pretty crisp chart pattern playing out. What we would call an A pattern, the A table. In the 80s would be like a grade of B. Down into the 70s would be a C, so forth and so on. So we can sort by the score rating if we'd like to do that. And then you'll see all the 90s right at the top here. You can go through and peruse those charts for interesting swing.
Calm.
Okay, I just had some, I guess it was this symbol come through. I guess there's an audible alert. Just went banging through my eardrums at a very high level. Thank you. Automated speech. No problem, Stan. This was the audible alert I had come through. Kind of funny to hear the AI try and pronounce this symbol. Okay, questions panel is open. And I've been seeing a lot of retail stocks. Target got a nice lift yesterday. Gap into earnings and then a push on to highs and then teased highs again today. But been seeing a lot of retail stocks coming through the all-time high ticker here today. Let's see. Of course, Zoom. We all know why that one's in play. The funniest thing I've seen in a very long time is people wearing masks on a Zoom meeting. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me shortly. All right, sorry about that. Thanks for bearing with me there.
CRDF.
Okay, and Holly is closing out CRDF, it appears. Now,
CRDF.
of course, I'm going to mute her because she's blasting my eardrums out, but she closed this trade out right here, CRDF. Obviously, it has not been working, but check out, it's getting near to the stop area. So, interesting. Don't know how long it's going to take and or if it will come down here and tickle this stop area. But I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch CRDF and I'm going to see how it behaves if it does get down to this area right here. A couple things might happen. It might hug this line for a while, or it might blast right through it and get well below it. But if it hugs the line for a while, and we're looking at 5-minute candles here, so let's say it comes down here and it starts kind of just riding this stop area right here. The stop area could potentially act as a pivot area. All right, so depending on how Cardiff acts once it gets down to this stop area, it might be interesting for an entry later on if it hugs the stop level and gives us an idea that it might act as a pivot area. So we talk about this all the time in the 5 p.m. Eastern webinars, that sometimes an exit signal on a losing AI trade can act as a decent entry signal. So time will tell on this one. Maybe it'll play out while we're live in the session. It might go down and hug that line for 30, 45 minutes, an hour or longer, or it might just cruise right through it. If it cruises right through it and gets well below it, then my interest is lost. But if it hugs that area, might scope it out for a scalp. Oh, and look, Jivo just keeps on going. Getting on up into this little area, way back here from March, before the big plunge hit. I'm almost scared to answer that question, Yaved. The question is, what is the key to success in the trading business? Okay, wow. Well, let's try to boil it down to the bare essentials. Okay, trading is a mental endeavor. All right. Now, there's a lot of hard work involved in the scanning and the going through, multitudes of charts to try to find our setup. So, first off, knowing what you're looking for, because a lot of people come into the trading game, they're like, hey, I want to make money, right? Well, yeah, that's why we're all here. I don't think any of us are here for philanthropic reasons. The name of the game is to make money. Okay, that's easier said than done. So first off, we have to know what we're looking for. We have to know what type of time frame that we're comfortable trading in, intraday, multiple day holds, swing trading. Maybe it's a hybrid between swing scalping or scalping and swing trading, a little swing scalping. But first and foremost, we have to have a game plan. We have to know the chart pattern that we're going after. Once we identify that, well, we have to maintain risk management, or we could lump that also into the discipline category. We have to have our plan, we have to know what we're going after, and then we have to stick to our rules. Now, the second part about sticking to the rules, it's like Mike Tyson, his famous quote is, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? And the same thing holds true with trading, right? You find your pattern, it looks good, you put your trade on, maybe it works, you make money, yay. But a lot of the times they're not going to work. So, we have to have our risk management in play, and if that stock goes against us, we have to let it play out. We have to take our loss and move on, okay? A lot of people don't do that, Oh, I'm going to give it another dime. Oh, I'm going to adjust my stop loss, okay? That's a no-no, okay? So trading, the majority of trading is a mental game. So as long as you have a plan and you stick to it, your odds of success go up dramatically. It's when people don't stick to their plans, the old joke about, hey, I used to be a day trader. Then the position moved against me, so I became a swing trader. And then it got so far out of whack that I became an investor. Okay? That's not the path that you want to go down. Okay? So when we're talking about keys to success in the trading business, there are many keys. Okay? Um, in even getting soft on one of them. In other words, well, this pattern, it's almost there, but I'm going to try to front run a little bit in case the pattern does play out, and you go ahead and buy the stock, and your key pattern, it never even gets there. So the trade never actually even triggers, and then it goes against you. So being impatient is a big no-no in trading. Violating your trading rules is a big no-no in trading. And a little footnote here, even when you adhere to your rule set, okay, that doesn't make trading easy, okay? It's a tough game no matter how you slice it or dice it. So if you want to have a chance at longevity in the business, you must know what you're going after in the form of your chart pattern. If you're a hunter, which I'm not a hunter, but the hunter analogy is a good one. When you're a hunter, you know what you're going to go hunting for before you ever leave the house, right? You already know, hey, I'm going deer hunting. I'm going grizzly hunting with just a bow and arrow. Whatever it is, okay? You know what you're hunting before you ever leave the house. And if you go hunting and that animal never makes an appearance, well, you're not going to do anything, right? You're not just going to start going after other animals just because the animal that you're hunting hasn't made an appearance. And the same thing holds true with trading. All right, trading's highly subjective. It's a very mental game. There's a lot of mechanics involved, and everything from the pattern to the risk management is very crucial in the game. But consistency and applying risk management, you have to adhere to those things. And also, too, expectations, okay? People always want to get started as quick as possible, okay? But that doesn't mean you should start jumping in, trading live without first spending, it's different for each and every person, but a month, 2-3 months of trading in simulation, getting used to what you're seeing, getting your feet wet before you finally decide to put real money at risk. Oh, Jivo. Did that one halt as well? Good question there, Aaron. Does the halt kill momentum? Well, we're about to find out, I guess, if Jivo's halted. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. It's kind of a coin flip, and a lot of that's going to be dependent on what we're seeing on the longer time frame of chart. Maybe they gap it up to some supply level. But let's just take a peek here. I should just pull up my halt scanner, but I think I can just get this done quicker like this. Yeah. Volatility halted. It got too crazy, guys. We had to stop. In case you can't tell, I'm not a big fan of the halt. One would think if we have truly liquid and transparent, fair and equitable markets, there would be no need for a halt. You let the market take care of itself, but not the case in the U.S. equity markets. When you talk about things like Bitcoin and the whole cryptocurrency space, there's no halt. It's 24-hour, 24/7 trading. There's a big move. There's a big move. Market sorts it out. Everything's fine and good. Not the way it's done on the U.S. equity markets. Okay, and we just got the resume here. And you can see did we just halt again? It appears so. Halted at $1.85. 5 minutes later. It's interesting how these halts are exactly, in 5-minute intervals. 11:39:44. 5 minutes later, they reopen it, and they've already halted it again. But yeah, it's kind of a crapshoot. It can trade or gap up or down. You have to ask yourself, well, why would you halt it and open it at the same price? No idea. So we'll see if it's an exact 5-minute halt again if we open up at 11:50:04. Just doing a little time check here. All right, we're about 45 minutes in. Barry will be coming back at the top of the hour. That is true. But man, talk about a multiple here. That is some crazy volume in that stock. 500 million shares, 522 million shares traded, when it typically kicks out only 5 million a day. Yeah, Yvette, is the same pattern to trade Forex as compared to other trades? Yeah, and I guess if the question is, you can take a pattern, pull back to the 50-period SMA, or it's breaking out, on any time frame. Those patterns are universal. They can be applied to any instrument, whether it's a stock, a futures contract, a cryptocurrency, anything, right? So these chart patterns that everybody looks at, yeah, you can apply them to equities, futures, crypto. They're applicable to any instrument that trades. Yes, Aaron, but hopefully maybe it'll go in the long's favor here. Givo definitely lots of eyes on it today. I'm sure if I go to Twitter and type in $GEVO, we're going to see lots and lots of posts regarding Givo, as well as stock twits, which brings up an interesting thing here. I don't know if we've got any social. We'll just go down to the social channel. It's been a while since I've been to it. Where are you hiding there? There we go, social media. Gee, look at the last ticker coming through the unusual social activity, Givo. Okay, description, currently 40 times average daily social activity. So what does that mean? That means over in the stock twits community, Givo is being talked about 40 times more than it normally gets talked about in the stock twits community. Kind of like relative volume, but based on people talking about a stock versus volume. In other words, what's the mob talking about today? And I do use that term affectionately, the stock mob, the trading mob, the investing mob. Well, while we're here, let's just see what else has been coming through here. Shack. But that was a running up alert, not necessarily a social media alert. DFX being talked about, but it's no GIVO, that's for sure. FINV was a nice little runner early in the day, as we can see right here. And of course, GIVO at the top of the top list, which is also looking for bullish social sentiment. And this one's showing a much higher metric than the alert. This is a percentage value, okay, for the filter, just like our smaller time frame volume filters. 100% would be normal chatter on GIVO. But if we divide 8700 by 100, we get an 87x factor. So way above normal chatter in GIVO being shown by the filter as well as the alert. Well, Yaved, the question, what would you have to know to trade the basic trend to buy and trade or short a stock or get out of your long, I guess would be the sell. That just depends on the metrics that you like to watch. Let me pop back over to my layout here. I'll give you a simple example. But when we're talking about intraday moves and we're using a 15-minute candle, then I rely on one of my favorite metrics, which is the green line that you see right here, the 10-period simple moving average. And if we pull up GIVO here, look how it's stayed well above this 10-period moving average here, okay? Just levitating above it during this entire run here. Let's check out C and K, all right? Now, C and K doing the same thing initially, staying well above it. But as we all know, sometimes they keep going up, sometimes stocks take pullbacks more times than not. Now, check out what happened here. C and K pulled back and it came down here and it tested that 10 period. But the 10 period acted as a little trampoline right here. Wick down to it and it's telling me, hey, yes, it did take a pullback, but we're behaving nicely around the 10 period here. So, if I was long from early on, and once I saw it come down here and test this 10 period, but act resilient around it, then I would think to myself, I think I'm going to hold on to this, okay? Because I think the momentum is still strong. The stock's just taking a pullback. By the end of the day, we might be teasing this high over here. That's the way it's looking right now. The 10 period still seems to be in control. Got a little weak over here, but then reclaimed the 10 period over here. So, based on one of my favorite metrics, would have given me would have told me, let's stay in it for a little bit. Now, if we would have come down here and had a closing candle below the 10 period, I would have thought to myself, okay, the momentum is dead. It looks like the sellers are taking control. It's time for me to close this out for what little profit that I do have. So whether it's the intraday time period and you're looking at a fast line in the form of the 10 period there, or whether you're looking over here at the daily, maybe you're a swing trader and you're thinking to yourself, okay, from a swing trading perspective, let's see what might be. Button up to the old 10 period here. Okay. So here we are looking at silver, the ETF that tracks the silver, or the silver in general. Silver had a nice little run, okay? Then it started taking its pullbacks. This little area right here act as support. Then we start creeping back up here and trying to reclaim that 10 period here. Here's today's action. It's kind of having a little fight here. If we close above the 10 period, then I might be bullish or optimistic. If we can reclaim the 10 period on the daily, then we might, try to go explore these areas again up here. on a move higher, but it would all be dependent on whether or not we have a strong close above the 10 period. Other alternative that might play out, hey, if we don't get a close above the 10 period, well, we might go down here and test the 20 period. Maybe the 20 period catches it. So once again, kind of circling back around to your question there, Javed, it's what metrics do you like to keep tabs on? And then how are the things behaving around your key metrics or your key patterns, whether that be on the intraday time frame or the daily or longer terms. Okay, so we open back up and we're headed higher on GVO. You just can't keep this one down. Very nice, very nice. Glad some people are making money on GEVO today. And now GVO exhibiting, in conservative mode, if we would have cashed it out back here, 24%, but now if we're still in it from that original signal, just staring at a 76% gain in one stock today. Entry price of $1.13 and now approaching $2 a share. Bravo, Holly. Okay. This little guy hitting all-time highs. Not a bad intraday setup here as well. First 45 minutes, buyer is very clear. Buyers can't just keep buying, buying, buying. They don't want to have too much market impact. I like how this one's set up as well. Come up here and punch those highs, then we go to sleep. Come down here, test the 10 period. Nope, trampoline action, and then bam, as we break this 37, we'll just call it 37.30 level. We get a nice lift here, all the way up to almost 40. Relative volume strong. It's no GVO, but hey, doing almost 2x according to current relative volume, which is more than enough to lift a stock that is on the lower end of the market cap spectrum. Less than $1 billion, less than 700 million. That's why it's coming through in yellow. Yeah, Debbie, if you wanted to incorporate something like that into a strategy with the filter, say on the 10 period, we would just set that threshold to be below the range. So for example, you would find that 10 period filter. Okay. Whether it was the daily or the the intraday, we would just use the I'll tell you what, we'll do it the other way. So 15 period, change from 10 period SMA on the 15 minute. So a violation, right? If it closed below it, we'd use probably, you know what? This filter was added not too long ago, but we still haven't added the show me guy there. So you would just, I forget what the value would be, 0, -0, whatever. You would set that to where it would say, okay, once we barely dip below there by 0.1%, you could incorporate that filter setting in there, and that would do it for you. Oh, you're talking about using that as a custom exit strategy in Brokerage Plus, right? As long as the filter is available in that drop-down menu, you should be able to implement that. Yeah. All right, ladies and gents, we're at the top of the hour here. Let me touch base with Barry. See if he's back yet. And where'd you go, Barry? There we are. Okay, Barry is now streaming. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for popping in. Glad to be of assistance. Barry's going to be coming back in here as well. Of course, he's had eyes glued on Givo, as well as everybody else here at the firm. So, thanks for popping in. Enjoyed it. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Bye.
All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to be doing my video. Well, you got in right at the AI. Good for you. Well, you got probably guess, guys, that I am back in it, but you know, nowhere near where I should have been in. But that's just the way it goes. Just got to get my announcement up that I'll be taking my or doing my video. Okay, just give me one moment. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute in both rooms. I don't know if you guys can hear me in the YouTube feed, but I'll be doing my video. Should be back about 1:25, so I'm just going to put myself on mute here. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, I am intrigued by this one. Yeah, as a potential swing. I'm not in it anymore. Luckily, I got out just I was doing my video. There's no way I was going to do the video before I got out of it, just in case something crazy happened. So it is halted again, but I'm going to stick an alert for the high and just see if it takes it out later on. One of the reasons why it intrigued me getting into it again, again, the first couple of times that I got in early on, was that when it was halted that first time, it did have the drop and then it just regained, and that really got me interested. And that's basically why I thought, okay, this is worth a shot. A lot of times, that first halt. I mean, the first halt doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, but it did drop, but then it just recovered immediately. So meanwhile, we've got PRPO. PRPO. Look at this. Look at this one moving here. So I guess I'm back into momentum trading, guys. So much for shorting these. See, the problem I'm having, and I know somebody real is going to say it's not the right one, but doesn't. This all all I have really to look at right now is that these are so far outside the upper end that I can't short them. I'm not. To me now, it's just a guess whether you short them. Even getting in right there at 1236 at 168 on this one. Still would have thought, how can it give you a good percentage increase after it's already up 150% or whatever it was at 168. No, I was doing well. I was doing well, Vicky, on shorting. I wasn't losing. And I'm still extremely keen about it. It's just that, all of a sudden when you get one like this, not this, but I mean the Jivo. I mean, you can't help but be mesmerized by something like that. But no, I'm definitely, and I'm loving the channel breaks and all that. I'm really liking it. But thanks for looking out for me, Vicky. All right, guys, I'm still kind of eyeing that CNK. It maybe has a late day. I mean, it has room. We know it has room. Just look left. I mean, even if it got stalled by the high of the day, well, it's only 30 cents. It's not bad, but it may have a late day run for CNK. It's basing pretty nicely. You know, originally I was looking at shorting this one, but it just didn't really break down. Well, LX I think was even forming maybe a red bar kind of. Nah. The only issue I've got with it, look at the three topping tails now. You know, one fairly big one. I mean, the buyers have been trying, but the only way this looks good to me, and also look where it's stalled. Stalled right at the, no, I mean, there's the topping tail, but it's stalled right at sort of the bodies of those two candles. I mean, see, to me, it doesn't have a ton of room. If this weren't here, if all this weren't here, you know, say this were down here, man, then it would really look incredible. The only way this looks good, I think, is if this candle somehow goes, you know, takes out that 874 high. Somehow. And which would mean, you know, some volume would have to come in. Everybody does, Joanne. You're not alone. Well, I said everybody, but I mean most people do. Especially when you see, when you know, keep an eye on your P&L, and typically it means if it's a worrisome thing, then that means, I'm not just talking about you, it means you're taking too many shares. Yeah, well, we said this is another one of those China stocks. I mean, it had a tremendous, had a tremendous run at the beginning of the day. It's kind of resting, I guess. I mean, it's an unbelievable amount of shares for it also, but it's a big float, 187 million in the float. I mean, look at the difference between Gevo and this. I mean, Gevo has what, 30 odd million? So this has 187 million. I mean, it's had a great move for 187 million shares in the float. Now, the thing is, can it do it again? I don't know. I mean, it would have to take out, I mean, it stalled at 3. You look at the chart, and there it is. I mean, it get basically right to this high. I really wish I knew, but I'm sure this is not an IPO. Probably just a symbol name change. It may have been an IPO, but if it is, it's very, very cheap. Ooh, I wish I'd seen this one a little earlier. GLG. Look at this, just tanking here. Passenger car leasing. Another little leg down. It actually is shortable at IB, but I don't know. With it being down 22%, might be difficult to get a short where you want. It's today is Thursday, so today our Thursday marketing meeting. 2 o'clock. Skip it today. Ah, you never know. There might be a nugget. I never used to attend them, and the reason I started attending them about a year ago, I guess, because I'd always find out after the fact of something happening. Remember now, we all work remotely, and so it's not like we can congregate in an office and talk about stuff. I know there's email, but stuff used to slip away from me, and I go, I didn't know about that. So that's why I like to attend. Well, I wish you would tell them that. I've looked at Beyond Meat for a long, long, long time. So it's having actually a pretty good day. This is actually an interesting daily candle, but what an awful looking daily chart though, seriously. Chop, up, down, up, down, up, down, weekly chart. Really cannot find direction. They're kind of holding out. Is it Blin or Blink? Must be Blin. And yeah, it just halted. Good call. Good call on the... Not very much volume. All the volume is, well, not all, but 2/3 of the volume is right here. So it wasn't trading very much. But now, let's see, what does the halt look like? Ooh, the halt looks interesting. Well, at one point, well, maybe not. So there's the halt, 240. This is from Interactive Brokers, my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So it's kind of showing how things are stacking up. At this point, this is not the absolute, but at this point, there's not going to be a big gap. If there were going to be a big gap, this would be like 260, 270. But again, this is not... And it could change. It got halted at what time? 128.40, so it'll open at 132.40, so 40 seconds after 132. 5-minute halt. Actually, it was a nice 4-bar pullback for LX down here. All right, now this is getting into maybe a short area based on the what I'm seeing from Interactive Brokers. INB, let's see. Bit of a spread though. Well, not bad, no. Watching INB, guys. INMB right here. Potential short for me. What's the volume like? Yeah, low flow too, so. Guys, I'm just kind of watching this INMB. The volume is dried up. Trading is basically, it's not very much volume. Looking at this level right there, it looks like that's a resistance area, and it's from the IB chart. It's right at the top of the channel. JB, later I'm going to pick your brain, okay? If you're still around. No, I'm just going to maybe pick your brain a little bit later on when things settle down. I'm going to show you my chart. Even the charts you showed me, I'm not, I want my charts to look like this, okay? Very clear that this is today, even if it had a little bit of yesterday, but even if it was just like this. Your charts you showed me kind of looked like they were still kind of jumbled up. I'm sure there must be a way to just show today's action. But anyway, don't want to dwell on it right now. Well, I'm kind of fixated on this INMB, guys, for whatever reason. Just watching to see if it breaks down below 1050. Well, that's better. Except today's the 20th. Maybe I'm not under, but that looks a little bit better. I wouldn't necessarily want all this. But this is midnight, right? Maybe that's why. That's midnight. Okay. Maybe I'm being too picky. All right, guys. Well, Jiva on the way down now. So this may be, depending how this closes, obviously. And I'm not interested in the INNB short now. It looks like, first of all, the spread the spread is not good. The volume is just, really has to pick up, and I don't think it's going to. Okay. Okay, that's okay, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, I see that chart now, moving it around. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Blinn, sorry guys, I'm just concentrating a few other things. But Blinn, so it opened, it popped a little bit, not much. Then it faded a lot, and it has come back. So to me, if it can take out, it got right up to about 250. If it can take it out, it may have a run because it has some room to almost a 3. Meanwhile, WVE just a star. And Jivo unhalted. Let's see what's happening with Jivo now. Can it recover at all? Will traders get involved at all? Again, it's not shortable for me, so I don't know how many people are actually shorting it or just selling it. Selling it in they because they had it here, or unfortunately maybe up here. Well, this is a really tough trader. You can't, in my opinion, you can't really trade it. GRWG. Look at this. I mean, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, if you get lucky and get here, yes, but man, oh man, that's a tough intraday type of a trade. And that's the GRWG. Boy, I mean, this one, if this at some point can take out, around 1220. I mean, it's not going to happen today probably, but if it takes out 1220, I mean, look at the room it's got. Even if you look at that topping tail as being some sort of resistance, that's $5 away. So stick an alert, put a price alert, guys. 1220 for WVE. See if it takes it out. I'm sure it won't do it today, but what if it takes it out sometime? Well, tomorrow's Friday, but in the next week, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? It's had 2 great days. Earnings were on the 10th, so that's passed. Suspended. That's. I like suspended. Yeah, who knows? Maybe that'll hold it. I mean, I thought that was what was supposed to stop it. Maybe that'll hold it now. Become support. We meant 1.5 million, not billion. I'm kidding, of course. I'm just. What is it? What is the new PR? They better not say something. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be 1.5 million, but maybe 1.5 billion. Okay, but that shouldn't. That absolutely should not, be affecting the stock. Look at rig, guys. Rig. I mean, back this up a few months. I mean, this was 100. Well, back in okay, a few months, a few years. $100 stock. I mean, big. Look at this. 154. Right to the VWAP, and now, yeah, right to the almost to the penny, almost a little bit below it. There's the VWAP, 141, 146 is the 200-day. This is pretty devastating pullback, though. To get people interested again, I mean, you'd have to get some really big volume, in my opinion. Meanwhile, this is the one I'm really upset. I missed GLG. Just a great short from up here. Sorry, up there on that break. From tops. All right, you're making me look at tops. Yeah, here's tops. Somebody mentioned that in the YouTube feed. Tops, look at the volume that's come in. Somebody says explodes on a shareholder friendly policy announcement, whatever that means. This is from Aaron in the YouTube feed. You know what? This is going to get halted. One more pop. This has got to get halted. 105 to 142 in a heartbeat. Tops, tops, tops. Guys, this is, I mean, I can't believe it's not halted yet. I mean, I can't believe the math didn't kick in yet. Yeah, it showed up in the bulletin. It showed up here. Maybe a little bit later because, no, 135. Yeah, about the same price. It's actually shortable too. At Interactive Brokers, it is shortable. Not that I'm going to try to short this one right yet, but so shipper's moving. Yeah, shipper's moving. How's Fro doing? Yeah, Fro is not. It's slightly different. I get it. One's maybe dry and. Jeez. That's some music on, and some of these lyrics make me blush. Even me blush. One day I'll take one of these more expensive ones. You know, guys, I keep waiting for this WVE to maybe fail. Oh, I'm glad you let us know that, Zach. All four of them. Okay. Well, this is what you call consolidation, guys. Look at the CNK. Huge consolidation right now. for CNK. I'm just waiting to see which way it wants to break. You know, and what would have to happen, of course, for me to get into this one again is some volume. At least something like that, you know, a little bit of a volume bar that looks like that. All right, next on the, we don't even have a float for this one. CCXX. Now this looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance right here. Is this shortable? It is shortable. I mean, there's a ton of resistance for this CCCX right at 11. And there's a lot of volume that came in. We don't even have a float for it. This is one of these SPACs. All right, just give me a moment here. I've got to change this station. Yeah, I see this huge right here. 339. Another one that probably got hammered down by William, maybe. Now there's a scalp tops, or a good. Z. All right, guys, so this marketing meeting is going to start in a little bit. So I don't know if you're kidding, right? Oh, you mean specifically? I have no idea why Rig tanked today. I mean, it's just been, you know, yes, it had a glimmer of hope a few weeks ago, but I don't know if there's any specific news. I mean, it's just, you know, I can't tell you specifically, other than the entire sector probably is moving down. I mean, there was no reason for it to pop. I mean, it's just been in a free fall for a long time. Remember, I showed you back, it was a $100 stock about 10 years ago, granted 10 years ago. But I mean, even from here, $7, yeah, it had a little pop. I think when energy was starting to move a little bit here, but I mean, really, what is going to sustain that stock? Okay, guys, I am going to. Oops, get it a little bit bigger. Okay. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, everybody, I'm now back. Little long meeting. Now, I hope some of you, I was talking about the CNK for a long, long time. Hope some of you took it. Just before, I think, what time was this? This was right at, yeah, that was right at noon. It was on a 15-minute chart, but I was saying, look at the break, and we had some volume that came in. See the volume, how it increased. So I actually took this one right at 12:08. I've traded some out at 12:26 and 12:33. Don't have very much left, but not a bad little move on a percentage basis in a fairly short period of time. It was just a matter of watching this consolidation forever, it seemed, and then you get the break. But you get the break with volume. Volume is the key. If we had that break with a little volume bar like that, now more than likely wouldn't have had a break, but just if we did, it probably would not have moved like it did. SDC stands for Standard Deviation Channel. So this CNK, I mean, it's almost it just touched the high of the day even. So this one, it still has a little bit of room left. This could be, though it's so, news dependent. Opening theaters, such a touchy subject right now. WBT. Here's another new high. I don't have very much left, but I have enough that, make me happy. CNK. Okay, so what is this one doing? Oh, pretty good volume, actually. It's a big float. Yeah, for what, though? What are you looking at? I mean, just as an intraday trade or, as a swing trade, I would say no, because, you don't have that much room. Well, as always, I mean, even though it is popping, I like to see the volume. Now, it's a bit exponential here because of, that volume bar. So let me break that out just a little bit. See, yeah, so there's a little bit of volume coming in. Yeah, but it's a big float, 140 million in the float. So I don't really know what I would expect out of it. I mean, the high looking left, yesterday it's only 7 cents away. So I mean, it's the sort of thing that doesn't interest me too much just because I'm looking at those highs the previous 2 days. You're not that far away from them. There it is. You're right. $2,000 for Mr. Tesla. Wow. 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 Well, we can't predict, like, we get a lot. This is not, I'm going to talk in general, ATL. We do get a lot of questions. I want to know before a stock makes a big move. Okay, I want to know I need a tool that shows me that. There's nothing that is going to be able to show you something like that. Okay, I mean, we can guess that. Well, okay, this news looks good. Seems to be building a base, but there's no guarantee that now it's going to pop be ahead of time. So to predict a big volume move, I'm going to flat out say we've got nothing that's going to predict a big volume move. Now, to detect one as it's happening, yeah, I mean we've got lots of tools. Volume in percent 1 minute, volume percent 5 minutes, things like that. So are you going to get maybe the absolute first part of the move? No, but you maybe, hopefully, if something is starting to move a big volume burst in 1 minute, hopefully it continues. But there's nothing that's going to predict ahead of time this is going to have a big move. I mean, look, the CNK. I mean, here's a an okay example, I guess. I talked about this a lot, this consolidation, and all I said was wait. Let's wait for something on a pop to get out of this consolidation, but make sure there's some volume behind it. Now, this did not have. It's not like it was an incredible pop, but it got it moving. Okay, and it got it moving out of consolidation with some volume. In this particular case, not every single time, but in this particular case, had a nice run on a percentage basis, going from 12 something to 1240. That's a great percentage move. Now, the other thing is, well, why did we see CNK in the first place? Well, it happened to be an AI alert earlier, so it was something that I knew I wanted to watch. So I had it thumbnailed on my one of my other monitors. So this was something that I was just kind of aware of. Otherwise, you might say, well, how did I even find it? Well, that's because it was an AI alert right here. So it was an active stock. That's why I'm saying this can be a great watch list for the day. People say, how do you use? Is there a video on how to use it? There's no video. I mean, how you use the AI and how I use it and how William, who doesn't use it, but you know what I'm saying? You could have 10 people using it 10 different ways. I use it as a watch list. So the fact that we had an alert for CNK at 1172, that was the price, did not, and if you missed that, sure. But look what happened. It pulled back and it gave you another opportunity to take the trade. Yeah, 9:53. Let's try to use Eastern time. What time zone is that? Oh, it's yeah. I'm sorry. It's what Central. You could say the same thing about the Jivo. I mean, the Jivo had many opportunities to get into it. So if you miss it at 113. No, I know. I try to just make sure everybody talks in terms of Eastern time because it gets a little confusing. Yeah, look at these TGH now. Here's another one. Look at the volume that has come into TGH. Marine cargo handling. I do recall this one a lot. Yes. Look at the run it had a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. How about 4 days ago? Little pullback. Yeah, this is an IPO last month. Okay, so this was a pullback play, actually, wasn't it? This CRDF from the AI. You can see it had a pop and then it pulled back, got the alert, moved down, and actually at the right stock here because it looks like it should have got stopped out. Oh, I see what happened. So it got out before it actually hit the stop. Excuse me, but it has come back. And this could be an interesting play tomorrow because as long as it holds over that whole number 7, it's not, again, this is not an IPO or anything, but it kind of looks like one on the charts. How do you change the color of the price alert line? You can't. Are you talking about on the chart? No, yeah, it's green, and I'm sorry, it's blue if that's where that's the alert price, or that's the well, and then it changes to green if the alert gets hit, but you can't change the color. Man, look at Lyft. I know somebody said that they were stopping service in California or something, but look at Lyft. So it drifted down, and what a pop. Excuse me, look at the volume. Look at the volume for Lyft today, 32 million shares. I mean, it hasn't traded like that for a long time. All right, sorry about that, guys. Oh, jeez. CNK, guys, is still on the move here. There's actually even a red bar ignored right there. So I don't have very much left, but what I have, I'll take it. I mean, the next high looking left, 1331. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but yeah, you too, Thomas. Okay, JB. All I want, all I want is 3 lines. I want the upper, the median, or the mean, and the lower of the channel SDC. That's all I want to start. How do I do that? It's all I want. Just the 3 lines. Last night when I was playing around with it, and I know that I had it, and then I deleted it, because and I could not seem to find it again. Just so it looks like this, okay? But I want to see the difference. I just want to see the difference. Here are the lines on my IB chart. Just really, really simple. Now, no pressure, but I need to know it now. I'm just kidding, of course. So, guys, I'll be shutting the room down, except for me and JB having a jam session on these charts. Or JB and I, excuse me. Nice move by the SPY. Remember back here it was just sort of flatlining, and a nice little move. The other thing, why does it keep switching on me? This is the 15. This is what I'm talking. This is sort of driving me crazy. Why does it keep switching on me? Yeah, guys. So I'll be sort of shutting the room down at 3 o'clock, and maybe JB is going to be able to help me on with this chart here. You know, Jivo is still an interesting case. I mean, if it, you know, we get some enthusiastic traders again, you never know what's going to happen. 820. Come on, let's get a billion. Another hour left in the market. Let's get a billion shares. Wouldn't that be unbelievable? One of my stocks, it was on. What exactly do you mean by one of my stocks? You mean in my watch list? No, we talked about it. You know, it was one of those Chinese fin stocks that were very active early on. Well, as long as you're keeping it in the family, William. Oops, my linking's gone. There it is. You said there was a zoom feature of some sort, but I'm assuming that this is a sort, you know, this is kind of zooming in and out, but I just don't want to see all, I just want to see today. Yeah, maybe like this. I mean, just, you know, how I've got it like this. You know, and as the day progresses, you know, at the beginning of the day, sure, I might see yesterday, the pre-market, and then as the day progresses, that disappears unless I, you know, want to bring it back. This doesn't seem to be the same. Okay. Now that's the. So was that the reason why they were talking about not? I thought it was more of a pandemic thing, but I guess I'm wrong in terms of Lyft and Uber. Okay, so here are your two lines. Okay, I see. Here are your two lines, right? So this is what you call the upper SDC. This is the we'll call the normal one, and this is the okay. So there are the lines. Let's see how that compares with what IB's got. So this is 1194. What? Can it be that much of a difference? Here's the upper one at 12, and this is at 13. Can it be that much of a difference? And how do you know these are the correct ones as opposed to what IB is displaying? So by the way, so what is the script for this? What is it called? So I can add it at least, and then I can take a look at it if you don't mind. Okay, guys.